meeting on Wednesday afternoon. You will see me check for the side. Okay. Just that needs to move in with the funds. It means I copy that. Can't take any more. No distributor. Is that mine? No.
David, will you do the prayer when we get started? Ready? Whatever you think.
Couldn't tell.
All right, we're going to get started. Y'all rise and do our pledge and our prayer. We'll get going. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I thought it was you. Heavenly Father, we just ask that you watch over this meeting today. Help our commissioners make the decisions that are good according to your will, and watch over our employees as we go through this week. In Jesus' name, amen.
I did.
I'm a man of the word.
I think you're just trying to confuse us, right?
I probably am. Well, we can make postcards. People collect them or something.
All right, there's.
Somebody want to do the minutes?
I read the minutes, last week's minutes, and I'll make a motion to approve them.
And a motion to approve the minutes.
Second it.
Seconded, all in favor? Aye.
There's claims.
Look the claims over, and I'll make a motion to pay the claims in the amount of $294,364.34.
Second. It's been moved and seconded, all in favor of paying the claims? Aye.
There's the sheriff's monthly fee report.
End of the month, the sheriff's claim, or monthly fee report is $6,012.50. Make a motion that we accept this. Do we need a motion for that? We've been making a motion.
We don't have to vote to accept the report.
Make a motion, we accept the report.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
And then while we're on sheriff topic, he emailed just a few minutes ago his numbers. He's got 21 total prisoners, 17 in-house, 4 are farmed out. Total 911 calls of 177. Jail contacts, 1,882. Calls for service, 370. Dispatch activities, looks like for a week, 2,905. 13 civil service papers served, 13 VINs, 16 new cases, 5 cases closed, and 8 vehicle crashes.
Okay. You got anything else?
Not at the moment.
Gary, you got anything before we get started?
Warren has provided a revised schedule and a site to look out for you. He also has apparently requested some numbers on contingency funds that are in various parts of the building budget that are not in the actual contingency line item. He'd asked for that.
Yeah, that was something that whenever I was sitting in a meeting with him last week, that I just asked him to
He
put that.
provided those, and what else he might have to report, but Jim had some questions for me. I've got stuff I want to go over with you on that. I think initially, there are some legal issues involved in it, so we'll need to deal with the legal stuff first, and then see what else is done.
You want to copy that?
Warren is here.
Want to go ahead, River City?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Update for this week. We are hopeful for good weather. Load bearing CMU masonry is ongoing. They are working focused on right now, we call it the high roof area. That's where the jail cells are. We are placing the safe room, the 911 call center safe room slab on grade today. That will allow the mason to start on that work in preparation for the steel that actually gets a concrete lid on top of that. But once that's up to steel bearing, when the steel erector starts, they will set the high roof steel first, various beams or columns, beams, joist, perimeter edge angle, stuff like that, miscellaneous steel. Then they'll jump over to the safe room, set the beams and composite decking on that, then move back over to the high roof area and set the metal roof decking there. That will prepare us to start roof blocking, a lot of skylights, a lot of curbs, preparation for roofing in July, August timeframe, for jail cells still to be delivered late August. So our most recent schedule update that I've provided you guys, some of this resequencing work, it reflects that. I don't know how we did it. We gained a day from last month. So that's a good thing. We're currently showing minus 4 days behind. But we've lost, just keep in mind, we have lost 36 days due to weather since the start of this job. And that's not overall weather, that's weather affecting our critical path schedule items. So a lot's going on this week. And as long as the weather holds out, we're going to get a lot done. So that's a progress report. I don't know if this is the time frame to discuss some of these other open issues, but
What do
do it
you,
another time or do it now.
is this something we need executive session?
I've got some legal aspects of that I wanted to go with the executive session briefly before I contribute this stuff. So if you want to go ahead and talk about this now, let's do a brief executive session so I can get on.
I'm available all day. I could
Okay.
come back later if needed.
Can you, yeah, let's just do that. Give us,
Okay.
Can you talk about
What's that?
these allowances?
Yeah, yeah. I know we had our, we call it OAC meeting. That's our owner architect contractor meeting last Wednesday. We have it once a month. It was discussed in there. I mean, there's, when we set up this job at the very beginning, there were some unknowns, unforeseens, things we didn't get captured in our overall estimate for the project. We called them allowances. There are a handful of items that are now getting behind us. Some of them aren't quite behind us yet. That's why I show on some of these available funds, electrical utility hookups as an example, 10 to 17,000. Concrete masonry, inclement weather, 30 to 40,000. Gas utility allowance, 10 to 15,000. But there's other things such as site demolition. We're done with site demolition out here. We have approximately $14,000 left in that. That could be moved over to contingency. Below grade obstructions. This was set up a long time ago, knowing that the county had demolished those existing residential houses out there, but none of the foundations were removed. So we wanted to have an allowance, so if we run into an unforeseen foundation, we could tear that out. We never ran into any unforeseen foundations. So that 25,000 could be moved strictly into contingency. Interior chain link partition. We had, I think, I remember off the top of my head, established a budget for like 14,000 for that. Through our general works contractor, Combs Construction, they were able to buy that out for about 9,000. So there's 5,000 left in that. That could be strictly moved into contingency. So on items now that are getting behind us, there's approximate 109,000 to 135,000 we could move into contingency. There are other contingency funds available or other allowances that are in play right now, but we don't want to touch them because we hadn't got to that scope of work or we're not far enough along to see if any unforeseen will arise. So this gives you guys an idea. I mean, the contingency can be helped with these available funds.
you good?
Yeah, I'm good, yeah.
Hey, you want to come back over about 10 o'clock?
Sure, that's fine.
And
All right, thank you.
thank you. Hey, Amar.
Good morning. So far for this month, we're at 9 transports month to date. And last week, we completed a new hire academy and we hired one full-time paramedic and one full-time EMT for the Linn County operation. The paramedic lives in Bourbon County recently and the EMT lives in Lacine. It's EMT Ethan Jarrett. So they'll be doing their third-person orientation, riding on the ambulance with our field training officers this week to start their field orientation. And all our positions will be filled. We had, I think all 3 of my supervisors were able to take a look at the residents that Rick, you asked us to review. And then some of our crew members got out there to take a look too. And I took a look as well. And we kind of put together some pros and cons of the location.
That's what I wanted to know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So first, we kind of wanted to make it like just a AMR residence for like, parties and social gatherings and picnics and things like that. It's a lovely, lovely location. But from operation perspective, one thing we looked at was any impact on current response times for that portion of the county. And, currently the station in Lacine, provides a matter of, 2-3 minutes to most
Sure.
calls out of Lacine.
That would put another what?
That would make our response time to Lacine about 10 minutes.
That's not good.
And then we looked at Parker, because that ambulance is one that responds to Parker primarily, and that would add 7 minutes to the response time.
I got another site for you then.
Okay.
That just ain't gonna work out. Doesn't sound like.
Do you want me to finish?
No, you don't have to go through that. You're putting me to sleep. Just say it doesn't work.
You kind of get the gist. It adds Tanglewood, it would add about 8 minutes. But it's really a nice looking house.
Well, thank you.
And the
I
ambulance,
just wanted to tease you with it.
yeah, and the ambulance wouldn't fit in the garage.
Yeah.
So those were, and then there was a flooding delay, but I think you already kind of get the gist. It probably wouldn't work out, probably isn't the direction you guys.
I got a
wanna
better
go.
site now.
Okay. All right. We can't wait to look. We'll start buying curtains.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that was it.
Look at the senior center next to the car wash by Casey's. We can put a garage there.
In what, in Lacine?
Yeah,
Okay,
that might work out
okay.
because it's a,
Is the old senior center, the one that's right there?
next to Casey's by the car wash.
Okay.
I don't know about any old one. It's been there forever.
Okay,
Look
we'll
at
check
that
it
one.
out. We'll check it out.
It would have to be converted, but
Sure.
Is that on the corner, just south of that car wash?
yeah. No, it's north of the car wash, north side.
Okay. We'll take a look and review it.
Yep.
All right, anything else for me?
I don't.
Nope.
Did you watch the meetings?
I listened in, yeah.
God, that's horrible. Anyway, you saw the Senate bill that they were talking about. There's some other stuff coming
Yeah.
up. Okay.
Yeah, a lot to pay attention to there.
All right.
All right, have a good week.
Thank you. Doug, good morning. Ew, a lot. Is that your fault, man? Your fault, sis. That's kind of light today.
Several things for you here this morning. The first thing, we received in memoriam of Terry Anthony Boyle, $270 given to the fire department. This is not something that's happened before, so I did not know what we could do with the funds. Normally, they would go to a particular station, and the station itself would take care of a memorial project. I did talk with the fire board in reference to trying to come up with some kind of an idea, something maybe we could do with the funds that would be appropriate. But again, I didn't know exactly what we could or couldn't do or where the funds should be deposited, but there are the checks for that. So if you have any thoughts or ideas as to how we could best utilize the funds, we would appreciate it.
Are thinking in terms of like a piece of equipment for the department in memoriam, or are you thinking in terms of like plaque, or what kind of memoriam?
I don't have a specific concept in mind. A flagpole, a piece of specialized equipment. But that's why I asked the board, and that's why I kind of brought it here. I don't really know, because we've never done it before. I don't really have some specific thing set in mind as to what would be appropriate.
Which station?
Well, it's given to the county department itself. Normally, it would be given to like Station 910 or 920, but several of the stations were on scene. Usually when it goes to a station, they take care of the checks are made to them, and they take care of whatever they decide to do. This is the first time in my history here that it's come to the county itself. So I wasn't sure what would be the most appropriate.
Well, David, would there be anything wrong with just depositing that in general fund for now and making a decision as they figure out what to do it some other time?
I don't think so. I mean, it'd be in the fire fund, not the,
Yeah, that's what I
General,
mean. I mean, in the regular accounts.
we could have her put it in a donation line and note that this is what it was from, and that way we can look back in the records and see that it's there.
What else you got, Doug?
Next thing I have an application for Alan Yang for the Prescott Station. They're down to 5 firefighters, so this would take them up to 6. They've asked that we hire him as a probationary firefighter using our standard physical, drug screen, 6-month probation.
You want to make that motion?
What's his name? Alan Yang?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we hire Alan Yang to the Prescott Fire Department under the probationary period.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
He lives right on the line between the Pleasant and Prescott districts, so he might actually go to both, but he's in the Prescott district, so that'll be his primary station. I would ask that you approve us to spend the $10,000 we have budgeted to do our annual vehicle inspections and our annual ISO pump testing.
Yeah, just go over it briefly because Jim probably doesn't know.
Okay, State Fire Marshal's Office requires fire departments to do an annual vehicle safety inspection with a certified mechanic. We have a company that comes in, goes through, independent company, they come in, they go through everything, identify any issues, and then we get those corrected. In addition, the Insurance Services Organization requires us to pump test our apparatus that we're using for pumpers and make sure that they're putting out the flow that the truck says they're putting out as part of our ISO rating of 5. In order to maintain that annually, we're required to do that pump testing. And again, we bring an independent company in, have them go through and do that for us. And we budget $10,000.
How much does it normally cost? Less than that, usually a little?
It's been right around that. That's why we budget that. Last year, the company that was doing it didn't do it satisfactory. So we went with a different company, a little higher price. You'll see in the budget, we budgeted $13,000 because $10,000 is probably not going to cover it, but we ought to be really close.
So what, then the repairs come off of your repairs?
The repairs, yeah, they just do a safety inspection out of this money. And then if there's something identified, our normal repair maintenance budget covers the repairs.
Do they have to come back out and re-inspect?
No. Generally, we just have that company make those repairs. If it's something that's critical to the operation, we'll have them make the repair on the spot so the truck's in service, stays in service.
Okay. Any questions? I'll make a motion that we pay that amount up to $10,000 for the, what's it called?
It's the vehicle safety inspections
Vehicle safety
and pump testing.
Fire trucks. Been moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
The next thing I have, we budget $30,000 annually for the replacement of gear so that we do it a few pieces or a few sets at a time. Just the coat and pants for the structural firefighting gear is a little over $2,000. Boots are typically $300 to $500 depending on where we have to get them in size and so forth. If we have to custom order them, they're $500, $600 often. Helmets are about $300, gloves are $100. So very quickly we start adding up. Grass gear is $400 to $500. Our whole and complete ensemble is around $5,600. That's what we issue to every firefighter that we bring on.
What happens to the old stuff? The jacket gets old or unserviceable?
If it becomes unserviceable, then we replace it.
What happens to that jacket or that equipment?
Right now, we've got it, just kind of piled up at the station. We need to go through it and get rid of it. The state, Forest Service was accepting gear like that, but they've kind of quit doing that as well. We could donate it to another department, but again, it's more than 10 years old. It's not NFPA compliant. And if it's not serviceable, we probably should just throw it away. Or sometimes we've donated it to a group, school group or something like that, where they're doing a program where they don't have to have actual gear to go into a fire. They're just doing it for kids or something like that. We've donated it to those kind of folks in the past as well.
How much of the 30,000 last year did we use as
I'll have to look that up. I don't know. We would have spent over 20,000 just in buying 10 sets of pants and coats. I don't know how many boots we had to buy last year, or if we had to buy additional sets.
have some set in reserve? I mean, extras?
We don't have any specifically set in reserve. If a firefighter quits that had a new set that's less than 10 years old, that goes into our inventory. And if you come on, we hire you and you fit that gear, we put you in that gear.
What about the new firefighter you're just hiring? Will you have to order his gear?
Won't know until he comes and we see whether or not we have gear that's acceptable to put him in. If we have gear that's acceptable, then we put him in that. If we don't, then we have to order a specific set of gear to fit them, and that does happen.
Is it all stamped with the date?
Yes, it's serial numbered. Every set of bunker gear we have, the pants and the coat all have a unique serial number, plus they have the date of manufacture.
Hey Doug, so say you have a guy that works for Pleasanton Fire Department and the county, and he has brand new equipment at Pleasanton. Do you allow him to use his Pleasanton gear at the county level?
You mean a city firefighter?
Yeah.
The city probably wouldn't allow us to do that, nor would we allow, but I mean,
We
if,
kill each other. We waste so much money.
well, I understand, but if I let, and right now I don't believe we have any Pleasanton firefighters that are on both other than Rob Dent. But if I allow my firefighters' gear to be used on a city call and they tear it up, the city's not going to reimburse the county for that. They should use their city gear or vice versa.
Where does that gear reside? Reside on the trucks or?
Generally speaking, it resides at the station. So they will respond to the station, get their gear, and then they will respond to the call. On some occasions, we allow them to carry that gear with them, like this gentleman we just hired. If he's going to respond to Pleasanton and Prescott, he would pretty much have to have his gear with him. We would provide him with a gear bag and allow him to do that if he so desires. To do that, we make them attend training at both stations because they would have to know how to operate the equipment, trucks, and so forth at both stations.
Could we work an agreement with the city to where we split costs on gear? I mean, if
They're going to want, we've already tried this.
we've already tried it.
It's, cities want their own fire department, and half the list in Lacine work on the cities as well. So they show up with the city fire truck, and then the county shows up with their fire trucks, and the fire gets put out or doesn't get put out or whatever, but.
At this point in time, Lacine City's the only one that has very many that are on both.
Right.
Pleasanton has one, Linn Valley has none.
It's just,
So,
it's just amazing.
But so say they have all this extra gear set in their inventory and we have all this extra gear set in our inventory. We don't intertwine them. I mean,
No,
no, we do not intertwine.
can't.
The gear that we have, if it's not issued to someone, is sitting there waiting in hopes that the next person we hire can fit that gear that we have.
So do they take their gear off if there was in a city fire when they come to the county? If it's just.
Depends on how, does it depend on how they respond, right? If they
It would-
respond to the city call first,
So
with
they
the
will-
city fire department, I would think they would use their gear.
City gear.
And then if the county trucks come up with the guys in their county stuff, and that's how the fire would, is that right?
That is typically how it's done, yes.
Yeah.
So why could we not get an agreement between us to do that? I mean, if we're using it, is what I'm saying.
We can try, but we're talking
It's not,
2 or 3 sets of gear.
it's, the city of Lacine, I can speak for them, and I would assume the city of Pleasanton too, wants their own fire departments within them, themselves. Linn Valley wants their own fire department within themselves. And so if you're gonna have your own fire department, you gotta have your own equipment. And then the county, it works very well in Mound City, how it's done. And you would think that if I was a smart person in the city, I would say, let the county furnish that fire department. And we'll give you that, your 3/4 cent sales tax for the city or whatever it is. And let you guys deal with it, because half the employees, half the firefighters, and that's maybe an exaggeration, but a number of the fire department employees on Pleasanton and Lacine service the city as well, because they want to do both. They want to volunteer at both, and serve them.
It
So
appears to me if we got 3,000 sitting there for one and the city's got it, and the county's got it, that's a waste of money. At the end of
Exactly.
10 years, it costs us $6,000 instead of 3.
sure, it costs them too.
I mean, if we do that, and it looks like to me, we could get an agreement with somebody, I would think we could work through that, that's what I think.
Well, there's the board right there.
Who pay, let me ask you this.
We don't have a problem.
Yeah, yeah.
Cities, you're gonna have.
Who pays
That's
more?
exactly right.
Does the county pay more or the city pay more? Because if it was me, I'd be going to whoever paid more volunteered. I mean,
Do we help?
But is it
the
like
cities with
$5 or
their fire
$10 if
department?
it's anything more? It's not like
Yes.
it's a lot more.
We help the cities with their fire department,
Of course.
so we'd have a little leverage there, I guess, wouldn't we?
Hey, no leverage at all.
I actually talked about this a little bit when I first got in about Mountain City, and I got beat up pretty bad about it.
Yeah.
So we did talk about trying to
Start
maybe
that
get a
firefight.
race for these volunteer firefighters. Have we got anywhere on that?
It'll be in the budget.
Oh, it's you got it in the budget? Okay, good.
I'm just telling you. Yeah. It
Again,
sounds logical, but it's not.
we budgeted $30,000. We would expect to spend, I think it's just under 21 or right around 21,000 to buy the 10 sets of gear that we have. The price will go up in June, so I'd like to get it done before it goes up, because I don't know what the next price will be. Obviously, next year we will bid our gear out again so that we get the most competitive prices. And then as the year goes on, if we have to buy another set here or there for people we bring on, or somebody's gear gets damaged, the remainder of that amount would be there for that purpose.
Well, I'd like to see if the taxpayers in Linn County, if they know this is happening and they've got to complain about it, I'd like them to step forward on this and let's do something.
All right. You got it?
Huh?
Who do they need to talk to is the city councils.
That's what I'm saying. We need, if the taxpayers of Linn County don't like what's happening here, I think we need to step forward and see what we can change.
I agree. In Pleasanton, we have 2 fire departments within 3 blocks of each other, and I don't think enough guys run it.
That's a waste of money to me.
In Pleasanton, how many do you have that serve on both fire departments?
One, to the best of my knowledge, and that is Rob Dent. He is the chief of the city, and he's a lieutenant on the county.
And in Lacey, how many?
That I do not know. I don't know their roster compared to ours.
I think at least 5 or 6.
And in Linn Valley, there are none. All of the Linn Valley, because we do not have a station in Linn Valley, so we covered it out of Lacine. We do not have any Linn Valley firefighters on our department.
Okay. So getting back to the long story drug out, you need what?
We're just requesting permission to spend up to the 30,000 we have budgeted for gear.
Right.
Like I say, 21,000 roughly will be spent right away for the 10 sets of gear that we need to replace this year.
Okay. Does anybody got any discussion on that? Jim? I'll make a motion that we, allow you to spend the $30,000, up to $30,000 that you already have budgeted for that here. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Our Kansas Emergency Management Association Conference is going to be in September in Mulvane. I would like permission for Linda and I to be able to go to that. We budget annually to attend that, except last year when it was canceled.
Yeah, we send you every year.
To the budget. The fire board's here with their annual budget submission. Dawn has asked that I explain it to you, and then if you have questions, I'll be here to try to answer any questions that you might have. I will start out with the red highlighted Excel spreadsheet. Just kind of goes through, shows line item by line item what we budget.
Do you have one for us?
Well, I should have given you one.
I don't see one, but
Is it this?
Nope.
It looked like it was. I don't know, I thought I.
On personnel, it shows a $27,000 difference or increase. The result of that increase primarily is on the volunteer payroll section. As you see, we went from 85,000 to 110,000. That is based on the request and the conversation that we had here at the commission meeting to raise our volunteer firefighters' pay up. Talked to the fire board about that, and they recommended the $10 an hour that you had suggested as a standard pay. That would bump our standard call out from $25 to $30 for our firefighters. And then we pay our captains and lieutenants $5 more, so they would get $35 per call for the first 3 hours. And the board's recommendation was to pay them, I think it's $11.67, nominally speaking, for $35 divided by 3, so that they're actually making $11.67 an hour versus $10 an hour that the regular firefighters
And
make.
the previous pay was
$7.25 minimum wage, yes. We calculated that out and estimated it would cause about a $25,000 increase to the budget. I will go on down into contractual. You see a $4,250 increase under station meeting pay. The board had asked me to solicit from our firefighters whether they would prefer to be paid to come to training or to continue the process that's been used by the department for probably 40 years, where we give the station $100 for having at least 50% of their staff showing up. For the first time since we've done it, we've asked this question several times. We had more people say they would rather get paid than give the money to the station and then the station use it for whatever they wanted. In order to do that, we're looking at about a $19,200 increase to that line item, again, using the pay rates that we just discussed. The other significant increase in
I
contractual.
want to make sure everybody understood what that was. So normally they were, each station, if they had over 50%, got $100 to the station, right?
Correct, and the station could use it for anything they
used
wanted.
it for whatever.
It became their money, they all had an account, checking account.
But with this as an option that those individuals, which you don't have a lot coming to training, would have, this is just a general idea. If everybody, max people came to each training session.
Correct.
Number.
If we budget.
It'll be less than that if they don't, right?
Yes.
And what will that money be turned back over to?
If there's any money left, it would go into either next year's monies for budget, cash on hand, or you have allowed us to transfer it into special equipment. It would be put into special equipment. And again, that's how we bought the 2 trucks.
And
for
our largest
$700,000.
county station with the most people is who?
Pleasanton and Lacine, I believe, are.
When they have a training session, how many show up? Say, if there was 30 people in one, how many would show up on average to a training?
Right now, we're running about 35%.
Okay.
Countywide.
Countywide, yes, sir. Some are worse than that, but on the average, we're doing about 35%. Obviously, we don't know how many might come if we're paying them versus not. So we're hoping more would come. I'm sure it's not going to be 100%.
Right.
The other item in this that's got a significant increase is insurance. And without having our 2 new apparatus in the insurance bill for this year, we're in the hole $3,500 with a $10,000 payment yet to come.
Okay.
So we increased that by $18,000, hoping that will cover the 2 new trucks when they get added to next year's insurance premium, plus what we spent this year.
That's
Don't know.
about right.
Don't know.
David?
Last year, we budgeted $32,000, and you can see in the previous years, that pretty much hit us. We were right on that number. This year, we've already spent $35,500, and we have another $10,000 payment at the end of the year to come out yet. So we know we're way behind this year. And we expect the premium to increase because of the 2 new trucks we purchased. Thus the increase. You see a $33,000 decrease, that's on station maintenance. And we had budgeted to replace our roofs. That project is ongoing. Hopefully it will be done by the end of the month. I know Blue Mound is finished. Parker was supposed to be finished Friday. If not, they should be finishing it up today and they'll start on Mound City. So that gives us some savings there. If you look at commodities overall, it's a $5,500 decrease from last year's budget request. And again, the significant part of the decrease comes from station maintenance materials, where we had budgeted again for roof replacement, so we back that back out. The other significant increase to this is in fuel. And if you look on the last of the 3 pages, the board felt with the way fuel prices were going up, we've been budgeting $3 a gallon. They felt we should budget $4 a gallon, and that resulted in a $10,000 increase to our fuel budget.
Okay.
Capital outlay, you see, is down $35,530. The station painting project that we're going to start working on right away to get bids out should be done. So that's backed out. We don't see a need for COVID supplies like we budgeted for last year. So we have our $30,000 turnout request, $5,000 for dry hydrants, the $50,000 to carry over into special equipment, which has been done for the last 30 plus years. And then the $7,500 is grant matching funds. That's not money that David would tax for. We oftentimes get an in-bridge grant for $7,500, and that just gives us the authority to spend that grant money if it comes in. If it doesn't come in, we don't spend it.
Right.
Overall, net result, the budget request is $9,758 lower than last year. And if you give some consideration to that, we have $44,000 of increase due to the increased pay request. So we would be close to $50,000 less than last year if it was not for the pay increase that you had asked us to look at.
I'd ask you to look at it and with good intentions too. I don't think that anybody that's taking their time off of work, when they get off work to come home and answer a fire call, and then it's either give them nothing or you give them something. I think $7.62 or $7.25 an hour was more of an insult than anything else. And it's what we're giving them is still minimal. But I think that's warranted for that. I mean, we're asking them to do training. We're asking them to come in on some weekends and do training. To me, and it helps with our ISO ratings, and in some cases, it probably helps with the insurance. So I think that's a well spent, a well-deserved raise, what little raise it is.
And I'm 100% certain that the folks that are out here doing it will be very appreciative of that.
I think so too. And I don't oppose the $4,200 in contractual either, because, I mean, you're asking them to come in and work on a weekend on equipment that's expensive. I mean, we spend a lot of money on fire. We probably got one of the best fire for a rural county around, and for good reason. So if we don't keep our equipment up, then what do we really have? You know, expensive junk. And then they've got their own training that they can better themselves with too. And I know you guys do a great job at that, and Jerome Mitzner and the rest of them. So that, I don't have any problems with that part. So that's my 2 cents on it.
If you look at the written narrative about the budget, I'll go to the 4th page of 5. We've kind of gone over the description of the budget and the increases and decreases, so I won't cover that. But down on the short-range planning for the next 2 to 10 years, 4 apparatus will likely need to be replaced within 2 to 10 years. The Tinder and Lacine, the Tinder in Mound City, and then the engines in Blue Mound and Prescott are all going to be in need of replacement within the next 10 years. Beyond that, you're looking at, in 8 to 12 years, the engines that we put in Parker, Mound City, and Centerville are going to be hitting close to 30 years of age by that point. So we would need to start looking to replace those. Then we own 7 Polaris Rangers, as you know. While they're still in good condition, we're not spending a lot on maintenance to keep them running. We can still get parts for them at this point in time. At some point over the next 10 to 15 years, we're going to probably have to look at those at around 20,000 or so apiece.
And that was a grant that you received for that?
Those were purchased on grant monies. Last thing, SCBA's, in 2025, we're either going to have to replace half of our fleet of SCBA's, which is 35 to 40 of them, or at a minimum, we're going to have to replace all the SCBA bottles because they can only be used for 15 years, then they have to be destroyed by DOT regulation. That's about $75,000 to do that. Around $300,000 to replace SCBA's with newer, more updated ones. We have in past years been successful in getting a grant. It's 95.5, so county pays 5%, grant pays 95%. That's how we paid for the last ones. We had enough money left. We got that mobile compressor fill station in addition with the grant. It was a $456,000 grant, as I recall. So we'll obviously work to apply for that. But if we're not successful in getting one this next time, we will have a minimum of a $75,000 expense to replace the bottles just to keep the packs in service.
So they'll all come due at the same time, then, as far as the expiration of.
The NFPA says if there are more than 2 NFPA additions out of compliance, or the FEMA grant that we can get or have gotten in the past is 10 years or 2 NFPA additions. So in 15 years, there are going to be more than 2 NFPA additions out of compliance. So hopefully we can get a grant to replace them. If not, the packs should still be serviceable, and as long as we can get repair parts for them, we should be able to service the packs. It's just going to be a matter of the bottles have to be destroyed. They cannot be used more than 15 years. So that's just kind of an idea of long-range planning. Our mill typically runs between or right around 2.5%. Sometimes it's a little higher, sometimes it's a little lower. The fire district by state statute could assess a 5 mil levy. I don't know if you want to consider that at some point. 5 mils over about a 5 or 6 year window would replace most of this equipment, have it done, and then lower it back when that equipment's replaced. I'm not saying we should do that. I'm just throwing that out as a consideration for you. Most all the departments around us are doing 5 mils. Last time I checked, they were all just doing 5 mils, and whatever it brought in is what it brought in. So just throw that out. I have my chair of the board, Don Profit, and member Eddie Anderson here. Would either of you like to say anything in regards to your budget submission?
You got any questions?
I don't have any.
I would like just a second, if you, and it does pertain to the fire department.
Okay.
I guess it goes from here. I paid my taxes, last time I paid taxes here the other day, and I was kind of looking through the tax bill. This is my personal, property tax I pay on my house. And it's a total of $2,181.22. Is what my property taxes is. And I was looking down through it, and out of that $2,181.32, paid $37.22 for the year. $37 out of the 21, So I know sometimes it looks like the fire department spends a lot of money, and we probably do, but we feel like it's necessary to keep it up in shape that we think it ought to be in. But just a curiosity, I was looking at that. Man, that's kind of a pittance out of the total property tax to pay for the fire. School tax, I paid over $1,000 for school. One thing I noticed on here, I paid over $200 a year for library tax. Compared to $37 for Wi-Fi. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at your tax statement and just really see it broke out to what you're actually paying, how much. but I just wanted to throw that in.
You pay $1,000 in schools?
Actually, let's see here. Yes, I pay,
Half of your bill.
66, 291, 270.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And that includes, Pleasanton, they have.
Sure.
And then a bunch of remodels, but the school includes that. But that's,
That's different to each,
Well,
district we live in, right? I mean,
yeah, it
depends
would
where
depend
you're
on
at.
which school district you're
District
in,
you live
but
in,
just
yeah.
in general, if you live out in the country, you're gonna be looking at close to half of your tax going to school. If you're in town, it's closer to a third. And that's gonna vary from town to town and school district, but
yeah, if I lived in Pleasanton, it would be added on top of this, the city tax. I get all that cheaper than anybody.
So go over, we're starting to get budgets in. Tell them what we do with all of our budgets. We accept them. We don't do anything with them until they're all
yeah,
gathered.
typically we'll do a tentative approval at this point, and I have a copy of it and I put all that in the budget form and then bring it back to you later in the summer for approval. This is the first ones we're getting in. We've got like Trico's coming in today, and there may be some others show up, but it's going to be pretty fast for the next few weeks. A lot of people coming in, so there'll be a lot of information to look at, but you'll have time to go back and review all that before final approval.
Just go over for Jim and a reminder for everyone that once all they're there, and if we have to adjust anything or change anything, we notify them and say like, hey, look, fire department, we need to add or subtract some money from your budget. I just threw that in there. But in the end, and then we have a hearing.
Right, we'll have a budget hearing in August. At that point, you have to open it up to the public if they want to make any comments. Doesn't mean you have to do what the public says, but you've got to listen to them.
Sure.
And then approve the budget. This year with the new tax law, if we were going to go over our tax dollars from last year, it actually extends the deadline to have the hearing. It goes on into September. Like I say, just at a glance off the top, I don't know why we would need to do that.
Okay. So I'm looking at your proposed, this is your budget proposal, right?
That is correct.
And your amount for 2021 was 649,480, correct?
2021, yes.
And then the budget you're proposed for 2022 is 639,722.
That is correct. That's what the board unanimously voted to submit to you for a budget.
There's no more questions. I'll make a motion. We accept these budgets as proposed for now.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. And thank you for all your work.
I got one last question. Do you guys have any big goals or plans for 2022, Doug, in your department?
Obviously, we'd like to see our training increase. We're hoping that what you've approved here would allow us to do that. As far as significant purchases, I'm not aware of any that we're looking at. Obviously, we'll have to look at the equipment, how it's working, problems we're having with it, and whether or not we have funding in our special equipment account. Right now, I think we're sitting around $250,000, give or take a little bit, in that account. So
That's all I have for you.
Thanks, Doug.
Thanks.
I'd like to thank my fire board members. We do not pay them. They serve us. They do a lot of work for us for no pay. We do pay them mileage to come to the meetings, but that's it. So
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
And your guys' budget was awesome. That's exactly what I'd like to see from everybody, kind of a big description, so that was good.
Got a message from Tisha, and she said she also texted or emailed you, but with her numbers.
Okay.
You want me to read those off?
Yeah.
844 positive cases now in the county, 6 are still active, and 13 deaths.
Okay.
Is that an increase from last week?
One death, the
Yeah.
death toll did.
You say 6 active?
6 active. Last week, the total cases were
How many deaths? 13 now.
841, so it's only 3 new cases. But the deaths did go up by 1.
Our numbers, 201 total calls year to date. We had 3 vehicle accidents, 2 EMS calls, 1 grass fire or brush fire, and then we had a power line that was down that we responded to. Working on a county damage assessment due to the flooding. Right now, it doesn't look like the county's going to have enough to qualify our county. To qualify Linn County, it's around $34,000 in public damages, city, school districts, county. We're sitting around 12,000 right now, so we're nowhere close to it. But the state has asked us by Thursday to have a number to them, so they're clearly looking at whether or not there's enough. Unless some more things come up that we're not aware of, it doesn't look like we will qualify, but we'll still give them that information. Last thing I have is our local emergency operations plan review. You each have a document there, 3-ring binder. That 3-ring binder has our updated plan. You can see the letter that's in the document is from the state of Kansas that tells us they have approved our submission to them. Now all we need is you to accept it as our emergency operations plan and sign off on the page. That signature page is in your document as well in the front tab. And then the last thing you have in the front tab is signatures of some of the department heads and folks that we sent it to for review. Gary, I believe, had access to it online. I don't know if you're ready to recommend that they sign it or if you want some additional time to review it.
I guess the question, have y'all reviewed it?
No, I haven't.
I would say they probably want to review it.
Can we wait a week?
Oh, we can wait a week, 2 weeks.
I'm satisfied with my perspective, but I don't have a lot to say.
Well, let's just wait a week and let everybody have a chance to look it over.
Okay, on page 74, you will notice, you don't have to go to it, but on page 74, you'll notice in red writing the word confidential. From the start of it to page 74, if I remember correctly, that is the base plan, that is open to the public. So if somebody wants to see our emergency operations plan, they would go through the process to request it from David, and we would provide them with pages 1 through 74. Where it says confidential, from there on down to the end of the document is a confidential document. It talks about some of our response plans, how we're going to handle things. Obviously, we wouldn't necessarily want that out in the public, because if I know how you're going to handle something, I might be able to thwart that effort. So just bear in mind it is confidential. If you have any questions, let us know. You also have a little card that Linda printed up for you that just allows us to track you in an incident with our computer tracking software that the state uses. That's a state accountability system card. So if we had a disaster, had a problem where we needed to track activities, like we used it on the pods that we did to track everybody that was in the pods, then we were able to give them assignments like law enforcement or security, nurses giving the shots, assisting the nurses, so we can break it out any way we want to break it out. And the software tracks you by time. It shows what time you got on scene, when you went to assignment A, when you went to assignment B, when you took lunch. It'll track everything throughout the process. And if we get a FEMA disaster declaration at some point because of something that happens here in our county, having that tracking, having that accountability makes it very easy to provide them some of the paperwork they want. So that's what those cards are for. That's all I have for you, unless you have anything for me this morning.
All right, everything, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. See you next year.
Remember that.
Is Burton here or did he have to go?
He walked out.
All right. Pam, what you got?
Pam Cannon, GIS Mapping Department. I come to request approval for renewal of our Esri Enterprise License Agreement. The price has gone up for the first time in 10 to 15 years, but it is now going to be $27,500 per year. It was $25,000.
Might as well explain it.
It is a 3-year agreement. This gives us the capability for all of the internet mapping. It includes all of our mapping software, ArcMap, ArcPro, Publisher. It allows us to create the data collection apps like we're using for our sanitation and our weed spraying. It also allows us the hub site that we're currently using for the comp plan update. And I want to throw that out there that that site for the questionnaire is active as of today. So we want everybody to go fill out that questionnaire because that's what they're going to use to determine what we change with the comprehensive plan update. The site will still be there, but the survey questions are only going to be active from today until next Wednesday, June 16th.
Where's the survey at? Do you get delivered to every employee or what? Every resident or what?
No, it's all online. They have to go click on that link and
Pam,
she put it,
who's they? Is that all?
anybody that wants to fill out that
Okay,
survey. Yeah.
okay.
Especially residents, but they don't have to live here. If they come here and spend any kind of time at all, then they want them to, whether they're an owner or live here or not.
How will they know that this is out, the survey?
Well, we've got to get it out on the website. We've got to put it out on any Facebook page. Anybody can share it.
We're gonna blow that up today.
Yeah.
It's open today, I've submitted a service ticket, I'm sorry.
No, please.
Submitted a service ticket for Chris to put it on the website today. I'm gonna stick it on my Facebook page, I'm gonna ask David and, Doug to share it on theirs, and I'll do Jackie any information she wants, I'm gonna share it to the libraries and see if the schools will send it out.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't know.
Yep.
That helps.
So that involves, this software renewal involves the ability to do that. The Survey 123 is a separate piece of the puzzle, but that's embedded in this hub site, which is what they'll be filling out. It lets us do story maps. It provides licenses for a public works map viewer that's involved in that. I've got a bunch of links ready to be put into the website for, like, if somebody's new to the county, they can see which school district they're in, who's their water provider, who's the electric provider, who's their commissioner, all of those things. That's what this software is. Before, we just had everything on our local network. It wasn't available through the internet. So that's why we
It
have.
actually comes out of the general fund, or do we split this out, this price?
This price all comes from my budget.
From your budget?
Yes.
No, the notes you sent out said we split it all.
That's the next thing I'm going to talk to you about. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
There's more.
But this is expiring July 26th, so we need to get it paid as soon as possible so Chris can update all of the key codes and everything for our licenses so we don't have interruption in the usage. There's also something I want to talk to the municipalities or the lake developments and maybe get their individual stuff that I've been doing just before. We did an ARC reader where they paid money and we put this little mini GIS on their computer. But this will allow the same ability, only they will be able to go to the internet and then I can keep it up to date all the time. Where before it was just whatever we put on their computer, that's what they got until they renewed it. So that might be a way to help pay for this compensation.
So you're asking us
To approve,
pay this,
yeah, a
and
motion.
the total bill is 89,000?
That is a 3-year agreement, but we're only going to be paying 27.5 a year.
Okay.
How many years have we had this?
3.
Just 3, that's.
Yeah, and we've been growing into this. We're ready to really get our return of investment back now. We had to
You're saying
convert.
with municipalities, you'll be able to charge them? Is that what you're saying by using this?
Yep, if they're interested. And we've had 2 already show interest in it. So it's just getting a price, agreed upon and
Okay.
getting them set up for whatever layers they want. But I currently have the 2 that have showed interest. I have their zoning, which is unique to them. It's not the same as the county zoning and some other layers of information.
Sure.
So I need approval for that, to renew that agreement.
Any questions on it before we move forward one way or the other?
No. How should that motion read, Gary? Do we just allow 27.5 per year for the next 3 years or
Well,
total or?
You're really
Approving one year.
approving the renewal of the agreement, and then the agreement $37,575 per year, so. The actual payment you'll approve when it comes out in the,
Claims.
like, there, that's the word. But, so what you're doing is entering in.
I'll make a motion that we enter into this 3-year agreement with Esri for the next 3 years at $27,500 per year for a total of $89,512.50.
I'll second.
Moving and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The other thing I want to bring up to you, and this, Jim, is what I was talking to you about before with my note. It is, we're currently under a 2-flight agreement for the Eagle View oblique imagery that we flew in 2019. 2022 would be when they would fly again. Now, I'm not asking for approval today. I just want to talk to you about it because whenever I was looking through their bid that they gave me, this overall coverage map is not what we got before. So I still want to have more conversations with them and work this out. The price we originally paid was for 9-inch pixel resolution in the rural areas and 3-inch in the urban areas. Since we did it at a certain time, they upgraded us to 6-inch pixel resolution, which is twice as good as what they fly for 911. So we originally paid $84,032.50. So what we're going to be getting now, we're going to be actually paying for the 6-inch because we're not getting that upgrade for free with the 3-inch urban. And the price is going to be almost $18,000 higher. So it would be $101,979 and before we paid it all at once. Jackie wanted to just do it all that 1 year, but we have the option to pay it over 3 years. And that payment would be $33,993. That's if she agrees with what I'm going to be discussing with her on that. But I will come back to you and get a final on that. I just wanted to let you know it is time to fly again in 2022 for the oblique imagery.
And what happens why do we do this?
Well, for one thing, when I was helping with Public Works, the 3-inch pixel resolution, you can zoom in close enough to see, like the larger water meters and see where street signs are and stuff, where 1 foot you can't see that. It's too pixely.
Okay.
And also it had the oblique imagery. You can see the sides of the houses. You can measure the height of the houses and a lot of different things. I know.
And what would we do with that?
Appraisers would use it, we would use it in terms of zoning issues,
Help us from getting shot on people's property.
law enforcement might use it.
Emergency management might be able to see where windows are if they're going to fire. Police could see where exits and entrances are for buildings. There's a lot of different uses for that.
Any questions?
Nope.
Okay.
So when's that coming to us?
I will be back before the end of the month. Once I get this worked out with her on
Come on a Tuesday. We're
Tuesday.
Are you reaching out to the new appraiser? How's that working? Like, about the budget? Are you going?
Her budget will be separate than my budget.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
Now, how will this be broken down as?
This will be broken down. Emergency management will pay for $5,000 of it. I forget the exact amount the appraiser paid, and then I will pay as much as I can. Last time I paid the initial cost before they flew, which was over $7,000. That came from my
Sheriff pay
budget.
Anything from it either?
They have not paid anything in the past.
do they use it?
I don't think any of those have logged into it. I actually have a usage report that
That's
I
okay.
printed out of who's been, there it is. You can see. It's 2020, so it's a full year. It shows who's logged in and how many times they've logged in, how many different images they've viewed with it.
Appraiser's office, Marcy. You want to see that? All right. That it?
Yeah.
Now, how long is that contract once will that be another 3-year deal with the, right every 3 years or what? Yep, can be.
We're not obligated.
Now, what if we don't pay for it now? If we just continue using what we have, I guess, just because of the change of the scenery, as far as the houses.
Yeah, you can see any changes if they've built another building or if they've added on. Or I know zoning has can see where like septic lines are from the imagery. There's a lot of different things.
Sure.
It's hard for me to speak while the other people are
I
using.
know Jackie thought a lot of it for the septic part and helped a lot since you couldn't find them sometimes because there wasn't any.
And like I said, I will be back before the month's over on that for approval for that. And I'll go right on into. Since I'm over here. The good news is I'm not planning to increase my budget at all. I'm going to try to absorb that increase $2,700 or $2,500. And what I normally would try to put back each year, I try to put back whatever I have left over at the end of the year, if I have any, and let it build up.
Did you
So
roll any over this year? Or you?
last year,
Yeah. How much?
I think it was close to 5,000.
Okay.
And so I'm going to just try to absorb that. I know David hates when someone does this and just shows they're going to use it all, but I really need to show that I'm going to use it all so that I can absorb those increased expenses. So the budget will remain at 148,300. And I did not put in there anything for cost of living or anything, because if you guys approve that, David will add that later.
What questions you got, Dean?
I don't have any right now.
I'll make a motion that we accept the general fund for mapping at a total of remaining the same as $148,300.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Warren, you ready to go? How much time do we need?
We could do, just a brief executive session, it's a couple legally, 5, 10 minutes.
10 minutes is nothing brief. Is there any? Is there?
Just depends.
Brief. We go in there. So it's a dog fight. I'll make a motion, we go in, it's for legal, right? Make a motion, we go into executive session for legal for 10 minutes with Warren Moody from, River City and everyone else. That's my motion.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. No, we got that right there. You said walk out to there. See. You're not a good one. Hey, road foreman, are you ready? Come on. It's even better. We're worked up now. Get-
We're gonna get back to the building.
Come on up. Have a seat. So just tell us what's going on in your district this week and what the plans are. If you're short of people, you need people hired, or you got people sick this week, let me know. Go ahead, Harry.
I got guys wanting to transfer the blade, the truck driver in different district.
And are you short of anybody?
Just Andy, and I'll have him back next week.
Okay.
Guy down there covering them roads.
So what's going on this week? Just, are you maintaining roads, or you got ditches, or what are you,
Some culverts.
mowing?
Mowing a different deal. Yeah, we're mowing some. Both my truck drivers put culverts in, and I ain't got culverts to put in, or they ain't got a whole rock, and I seen them. We ain't hardly got all black.
Okay. What questions you got for Harry?
I might come back to you with some.
Okay, for Harry. What's going on in your district?
Putting some tubes in, had some issues with water running off a hill. We'll be putting a tube in there.
Is that out by where?
Robertson and 2400
Yeah.
Road.
Okay.
We've got an issue up there. It's making the road soft. We'll be doing that.
How many people take to do when you're putting the tubes in?
Well, we're putting 2 tubes in today. I've got, the blade operator, backhoe operator, and truck drivers hauling the dirt off.
How many people are you short?
One.
In the Pleasanton area part of yours too? You got some responsibility
Blade-
down there?
Blade and the guy mowing there.
You
Is
do?
supposed to be getting his CDL. Working on getting his CDL. So
Okay.
when he gets his CDL, I'll have another truck driver.
Well, how many people short total that you don't have? Just one. You got one. All right.
Are you comfortable in everything? I mean, I know you're used to everything, but I mean, got any questions for us as far as?
No, I mean, the most questions I have is this road ours? Or, you know, I can go to mapping or come in here and they can print me off and show me, you know, that's my biggest thing right now is
You feel
just
good
learning
about
the
it?
area. Oh, yeah.
Good.
You getting the work orders from Joyce and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's that working out?
It worked.
And then with the roads, the water going down, did you go out by Boy Court and some of the flooded areas? How'd they turn out? Like,
They're not too bad. I mean, there's potholes, but I've let my blade man know that, you know,
there's
get them cut
a
out.
couple bad washes where the gravel's out field quite a ways.
And I do have an issue on 1175 and Zener. Close that road down because of the wing wall on that
Right.
bridge. Are you guys want me to scab something on there to keep the rock and road there, or let the
I know that-
engineers?
Sean, I don't know if you can talk on
I
that.
sent an email out to try to make contact and notify someone,
I know it's a feds,
Try
yeah,
to get some information, but I haven't received anything back.
That'll be 9 months down the
I
road.
might try to go out to 52. Somebody talked to me last week. Oh, Vicki Leonard had mentioned to me, kind of who to get in contact over that. So I'm going to do that. I'll personally drive out there and talk to somebody. Cause I know they've been in transition of power too. So it could be lost in transition.
So,
I don't know.
Harry, help them out. Can we get that road back open somehow?
Well,
What would you have to do?
we'd have to fabricate, put something in there to fasten the wing wall to the bottom deck of the bridge to hold the rock, because there's nothing there holding the rock.
Did we not was Peppercorn gonna look at that or something?
Yeah, but by the time they do that, we get feds involved. You know how long that takes.
No, with the feds,
People are still wanting to use
Usually
it.
dump some.
feds can't get back to their land and they're really restricted. So it might get an answer out of them.
What do you got? Did you come up with anything just now?
Well, if you're leaving it up to me, I'm gonna get a chunk of plate steel, fasten it to the wing wall, can fasten it to the bottom of the bridge deck so the rock can at least stay there.
Does that work, Harry, for now?
How many,
Be safe?
how many years ago was that done? What, through the feds? Wasn't too long ago, was it?
No, I don't know.
I'd be, I don't know, I mean, surely they'd have some kind of warranty on it, wouldn't they? I mean, do you think that they would? The company they had hired to come in, would we get in trouble for touching their work? Gary?
Well, that does raise the question, if we've got an immediate danger there, I think that would probably overcome any problems that would raise by us touching the work, as long as we document very clearly before we do anything, what the situation is. The pictures.
I've got pictures
And we've reached out to, Jackie's reached out to him many times months ago, has he not?
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
Oh, yeah, he's been talking about that. Wonder if Jim's on that guardrail post down in there.
What about some,
Gonna have to shove something on the end of the wing walls so it'll quit falling.
they just have put the footings deep enough?
Shove them down in the ground. Well,
Looks like we're gonna get tax, well, Jack with, didn't.
so if you get that road back open, what about Queens Road there? I heard there was a big washout there.
Yeah, it's not,
It's the river, right?
yeah, the river's eroding away the.
Is it
there.
up to the road or in
It's-
the
it's
road?
Pretty close. It's not in the road, but
Okay.
it's within a foot.
Is there anything we can do about that for now? Cause I mean, that's feds, right?
That's,
No big, huge rocks dumping them on the side or anything?
You can't even dump big rocks in the river without permission.
Sure they didn't just wash up there? Get stacked.
Permit, and they gotta inspect it, and they tell you what you can do.
Okay.
It's-
Would that be the same situation with that wing wall and that bridge and there's a creek underneath it?
Well, same deal.
Me personally, I'd like to keep it closed and it might give incentive to the feds to get us an answer quicker.
Is this part of the, game thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Federal law.
Yeah, well, have they got their boss yet, or? You're like, yeah, brother.
Sean, do you know who's,
I do not. I've sent out emails inquiring, asking for direction on it.
Are they aware that their road's closed down and nobody can get back there to that game?
I'm not for sure who's aware of what, and what Jackie's done. The only initial inquiry I made is sending out emails trying to get, agents from their agency to give me a point of contact. Just point me in the right direction.
So this is our bridge, but they worked on it. Is that what I'm understanding?
It's some kind of grant or
It's
something.
not their bridge, it's our bridge, right?
Chart Bridge, right?
As far as
It is.
I mean, it's our road. We maintain it.
I think it's on the historic map or something.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's what-
I think it's on the historic document. I think it's historic bridge, I believe.
Well, then that may impact this community too. I don't know. You know,
I can drive out there to that game reference today and
is it
ask.
blocking anybody from going home or anything like that?
No, but there's
Goes back
land
to the
back there.
strip pit and federal land.
It's all fed land, isn't it?
They used to farm back there. I don't know if they still do or not.
I say just leave it closed, but let's put a big pressure on getting the hold of it and tell them that
I'll go out there today and talk to them on 52s where Vicky Leonard sent me. So, and I'll stay in touch with you, Sean.
because their repairs are damaging our bridge, that road, so that's the issue.
Okay, we'll talk about this again for 6 months. Then ain't shit gonna happen if their feds are involved. Nothing fast. It's just gonna sit there. What you got?
I'm gonna start patching on tomorrow. I'm trying to get trucks lined out with Harry and get some crews.
How many people you stealing from Harry?
One each. Need a truck, need a dump truck.
So you're taking 3, one from each?
Well,
You taking one from Pleasant, one from Lacey, and one from Harry?
I'll take one from Harry and one from Michael, and I've got the 2 guys that work with me.
Okay.
That's what should be running as far as, then I'm gonna see about getting Carl down at the landfill, since he's on temporary and he's flagger. I'm gonna have him, that's my flagger for traffic.
Okay.
And we're gonna do that for his.
What are you patching?
We're gonna start, around Centerville area. I've gotta do the bridge just south of Market Street on 1077. We're gonna do the approach into Centerville on Market Street. West of Centerville's got about 5 spots that need it, and then 1077 up towards Parker, and then, we're gonna focus going back across Snow Hill Road.
Okay.
Or number 9, or however they want to
Just
call it.
patching.
Yeah, we're gonna use a skid loader, put some oil down, put some coal patch, and just fix the ruts that are in the roads right now. And then anywhere I need to use paver, we'll have enough crew to do that.
So what was the original for every year? We're either chip and seal or we're doing overlay. Are we doing any of that this year?
I'm gonna do chip and seal also, and I was talking to them about the possibility of doing a rotating schedule with the blade operators.
Yeah.
Where I only take 2 blade operators from each of them, and they can alternate days on, days off with me. So that way there's no blades away from their area for an extended amount of time.
Okay. Is that good for you guys?
For me.
All right. Got any problems, any questions you need from us?
They, was in the process of changing they've got an operator that wants to go from a blade operator to truck driver at Lacing, and he got switched last week.
You want to switch them back or what do you want to do?
Well, they was told to take care of it. That's what I'm getting at. And they switched him last week, and
So what do you want to do, Harry? What do you want to do, Mike?
It don't matter.
Well, it matters. It matters, but
I mean.
I don't, if you don't wanna be there, because the guy, if you got a guy there that don't wanna be there, that causes more grief.
I agree.
so you want to switch them back? That's fine with me. We don't care. Do you care?
I don't care. I mean, if it's what's the best for the county, it's.
I've got another guy that's wanting to learn and run blade. He's willing to try. That just cuts me out of truck driver, which I can pull truck drivers back and they can run blade or truck.
Okay.
It really ain't gonna damage us much, cause we have to put somebody with him, go with him when he's learning the blade, show him some stuff.
Has Barley started working for you yet? Barley, he's a summertime mower. He's a teacher at Prairie. He's been doing it for years and
I need
years.
to call to see if he's been cleared to come to work.
Okay. Have you seen him?
Yeah, I know he did his physical thing last week, but I haven't got
And
it.
do you have anybody else that's coming on to mow this summer for you?
We've got the guy, Johnny Taylor.
Is it-
Until he gets his CDL, he's been mowing,
Okay.
but that's all I have.
But he's not a part-time guy though,
No,
right?
he's not a part.
Do you have any more part-time guys that you know of?
Nope.
What about you, Harry?
Willard told some younger, 20-year-old kid or something, you ought to come in and get his application. Nobody's told me.
Every year we do this.
Do we need to approve this change? I mean,
What change? No, they can do it. They did it already. You mean back, changing the guys back?
As long as you're not changing,
Yeah.
their pay, whether I think it doesn't really take it. You got,
But our amount still needs to know if we're paying it.
Just charge it all to Harry.
Yeah, he'd be.
Whenever you want to just shoot message over and we're gonna see what changes we have.
So you're just gonna have them go back tomorrow morning, switch back to where they were?
I don't like somebody being disgruntled down there, 'cause it just causes problems. They don't wanna be there.
I agree.
All right.
You guys have any safety meetings or any cooling classes set up or anything? You guys need anything like that set up?
Well, you know, they just kind of throw us back in here and, no, we ain't got nothing set up yet.
Okay.
how often do you guys do safety meetings? Is there routine?
No, not really. I mean,
But you had a bunch, didn't you?
Oh,
yeah.
How do you guys feel about them? I mean, what's your thinking on the safety meetings as far as?
I think, look, I mean, we have to have them for the insurance purposes.
I
don't we?
understand that. I mean,
I mean,
how often do we have to have them though?
Yeah, I don't
we
know.
used to have them once a month.
Once a month?
That sounds normal.
And you can still have, we got paper
Yeah.
where you can have tailgate meetings at your own shop. You know, if it's a rainy day, you go in there and you talk about this or that. Write it down on a piece of paper, what your topic was, now who was there in your own individual places.
What does the insurance entail as far as how often does it say we have to have them?
I don't see a regulation on
Okay.
And basically, we had flagger training here and very long ago. You know, that all contains.
I think just enforcing what they already know or should know is a big thing, especially I guess it's a pet peeve, if nothing else. I hate to see a dump truck going down the road with all this gravel pile on top and not have their cover over it. You know, because what happens? What happens? The windshields get broken.
As long as that tarp's on there, we don't have to pay for it.
Yeah. But just enforcing that because it doesn't always happen.
They pretty much do it unless one's on the,
Yeah.
we do have one truck that have tarp.
Needs fixed or anything like that?
Anything major down?
Landfill.
Landfill does, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get Willard to, do some work on that track loader of theirs. Longer I leave mine down there.
Who does the maintenance on the equipment at the landfill?
They used to have them down there, now they don't, so
So what happens?
basically whenever something happens, Mike used to put that there, so now that'd be Willard or.
But how many pieces of equipment do they have down there? 3 or 4? I mean, I don't think was there really a reason, Harry, Mike, to have one down there permanently?
No.
No, but I mean, saying what's the schedule?
You know,
Schedule of blowing out the radiators and things. I mean,
Yeah.
who's in charge of?
that should be the operator's problem.
Let's see.
You know, that,
Same when you're taking care of your maintainer, or your dump truck, it should be everywhere.
But who checks on them? It might be the operator. I don't disagree, but you know,
operator needs to do it.
but what,
Clean,
who enforces that? It's you guys.
Is it happening? I guess, put them up and ask them.
whatever you need.
And his would be down there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying,
I'll tell you, man, them guys run them blades, you get out there and them radiators fill up with dust and the air conditioner don't work quite right. They're gonna be in there, and they're gonna be cleaning that radiator.
I can vouch for that.
You better not get away, it's gonna
you
happen.
might want to go stop.
You keep them air conditioner quits. They will be cleaning. The air conditioner shut off. I mean, it's hot as the heck in there.
All right. Well, we'll drag this out a long time. You got any other questions?
I did get the sewer pond mowed at Centerville.
Okay, good.
Because if we don't, we get ticketed and.
Mhm.
So, I done it.
There's a lot of stuff that's gonna go by the wayside, I have a feeling, you know, because we don't have one person focused 24 hours a day or whatever insane mind that he had going on and everything was his. Some of those things are gonna get dropped, so.
Sean, are you overseeing the work at the landfill?
The cell work,
Yeah.
I'm tracking it, I'm not overseeing it.
Yeah, he would know.
It has to be approved by state. when they get
Right, but it-
down to work grade as far as the fall and all that stuff.
So who's their contact? Does anybody know? The contractors?
I'd have to look at paperwork in the other room.
Okay.
So. Yeah, I don't.
All right. I don't have anything else. Do you?
No.
So we can get them out of here. and
Sounds like
get
you
back.
guys are doing amazing. Keep it up.
The only other thing I'd like to say is when we got a personnel problem, like I had one, and it got blowed up in between me and you guys. Whenever something like that happens, I need to be, every boss needs to be in.
Sure.
on that. So I can't, somebody said that I, well, I didn't say.
I agree.
I wasn't going for that.
Well, I'll just say, if you guys have a personal problem, bring it to us. 'Cause you know, because if, we don't know if we're not being told, is what I'm saying. If you got a problem, call us, call one of us.
Get a middleman in there and get that a little bit of this or a little bit of that.
You guys are welcome to call me anytime during the day or night, whatever. You need to get a hold of me.
If you want to get a hold of someone, not a voicemail, then call me.
Just got a message from Joyce. So Jackie said Al would be the contact for cell 6.
Al, yeah. All right. Thank you, guys. See you next week. Same time, same place. We never know.
Question.
Yeah.
Susan, do you want me at every meeting, or do you want me?
No, I want you asphalt, but unless we have questions about, these two can just throw you under the bus.
That's fine, I can do that.
Yeah.
They leave marks, I've got tracks.
All right, good.
See you guys. Thanks.
Sean, did you have anything else you want to talk about?
I've got a few things.
Let me do this Trico thing.
When you get Jessica that was on there.
I know, Jessica, I'm sorry. We're gonna do Trico because they're here and they want money and
We'll be fast, super fast.
All right, can I get this? Okay. It's good to see everyone again. It's been a crazy year, it seems like. Okay, just to update you guys on what our statistics are. Right now, we're serving 137 people with disabilities, and 20 of those live here in Linn County. Right now, we have 99 staff, and 22 of those 99 live here in Linn County. Our payroll was budgeted, including benefits, at $5,397,567. The number of FTE positions we have budgeted in 2021 is 119.2. So obviously, between the budgeted amount and what we currently employ, we are looking for staff. So if you know of anybody, please send them our way. We're always looking for good workers. We have 3 individuals that are serving on our board of directors representing Linn County. Those are Charlene Sims, Tom Likely, and John Morse. They've all 3 have served for extended periods of time, and they do a wonderful job. On the back of that page, I've got what our contributions from Linn County have been over the past several years, and what our corresponding budgets have been. And then what we're requesting is no increase from last year. So we're just asking for the same amount of county support, which is $82,499. Be happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
You got the Trico, the houses, one in Lacine. Where else do you have them in our county?
We have people that rent their own apartments, one here in Mound City, and we've got several families that have their children living in their home still. So yes.
Okay. So what questions you got?
None right now.
And that's the buses also that come and pick them up and take them to work and.
Yes.
Okay.
We go everywhere in our 3 counties, all the way down to Prescott and back. And then we also have nursing on staff, and case management, day services, group home services, pretty much anything a person would need.
Is this number 22, is it pretty consistent for the last couple of years, or
In terms of staff or clients?
clients?
Clients, we have had some decline in that from people that have either moved to a different part of the state or left services for one reason or another. I've not been able to open our doors for new referrals just because I want to get the staffing stabilized before we take on any additional responsibility.
So you turn away people?
They're basically on a waiting list.
Okay. I mean. So you got any questions?
No, I don't have any.
So somebody make a motion.
I just asked that, is there any way that you guys could come in more often and just explain, give us an update of, what Trico's doing, what you guys are about, and just share over the camera
Yeah,
every now and again? I mean,
absolutely. Be happy to.
so I'd invite you back whenever you can. That'd be cool.
And also, we have a standing invitation if anybody would like to either see the group home in Lacine or to come to our operations in Osawatomie, our day service area. Be happy to have you guys. We'll take you on a tour and show you what we do.
That'd be awesome.
I'll make a motion for the proposed budget request to stay the same as it was last year for $82,499.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Just a couple of brags for you guys. Just want to say, David and your health department have been wonderful over the past year, making sure we have everything we need. Good people in good positions.
So you work through with our health department a lot, or?
Our nurse is in contact with your nurse quite a bit, especially over the past year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Jessica.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I ignored Josh. I want to introduce Josh Langton. He's our associate director. He's helping me with the day-to-day operations of Trico. So, yeah.
Good.
He's another.
So you'll be the boss next year, huh? Thank you very
See
much.
you soon. Thanks.
We're ready for you.
Good morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. I have a few things for you this morning. We need to sign the agreements from a couple weeks ago for the CDBG grants that we gave out. I've got 6 agreements here. You did make a motion to go ahead and sign these when we approved the grants, so I don't know that you need another motion. But I've gotten them all signed by the business owners, so. Those are 6 of them. I have had, so for the extra $1,000 grant, we set the deadline as last Friday. I've had 13 businesses complete their paperwork for the extra 1,000. I've got 3 that have started and I've still needed a couple extra things from them. So since they've already started, I'm going to go ahead and let them finish and turn in. So that'll be 16,000 on that we'll give out, which I'm excited about. Are there any questions on that for anything?
How much is left?
It would be like 2,500 after that, so. So, I mean, we will have given out basically everything, which I'm really excited about.
Good.
I don't know if you guys want to have that approved, have those go through economic development again, my committee, or if we can just get those done this week and have them signed next week. My committee has already discussed and approved doing the extra 1,000 for everybody. So it's not new people, it's not new grants, nothing like that. So, I'd rather just go ahead and get it done.
How many will that be total?
What?
How many $1,000?
It'll be 16. If these 3, get me the rest of the documentation that they need to, it'll be 16, yeah.
You have any objections to that?
Okay.
How should we word it?
I think just, the increase has already been approved in gross or in total, and so authorize her to go forward when they finish the paperwork.
Yeah, that's my motion. Authorize you to go forth and sign those 16 $1,000 grants
Well, you'll be signing them. I'll be bringing you the paperwork.
for me. Yeah.
I will go forth. Okay.
Moved to second, all in favor? Aye.
Sorry, I jumped the gun. I've got airport committee. I've got 2 people I'm waiting on to call me back. Other than that, I'm ready to go to start scheduling meetings.
How many people's on it?
So I've got Andy Mayhew, Randy Shannon, Dave Fisher, Greg Paul, Ted Van Meter, and Scott Lindell.
How many you want?
all-
7 or 6? That's 6.
1, 2, 3. That's 6. I'm waiting on a call back from Clarence Easley and the city of Pleasanton to see if they want to be on.
I would
So,
think the city should
that would be
want to
8.
involved in that.
With me, I don't know if I would count or not as a voting member, but I would make 9 people. So if you have someone else in mind that you want me to contact, I can.
So there's a committee.
Jerry Trough flies planes.
Yeah, I had Gary Trout on it. He dropped off of it.
Dropped off. Okay.
But he may want to do it again. I don't know. I
I
know
can-
the reason why he dropped off, but
I can reach out to him
He's somebody that flies.
and see if he's interested.
see if he's interested in rejuvenating. So your committee's going to form, and what's your rules? What guidance are you using? Guide the committee.
Well, I've asked them for goals, if they have any goals that they want to see happen for the airport. I'm going to ask you guys the same thing. This was kind of, I wasn't really in the discussion on why we're recreating this airport. This was something Jackie kind of handed me. So I don't know what discussions you guys had with him, if you had any. I mean, I understand that we need
It's gone on
to
and
do
off over
something.
the time.
Yes.
Dennis Arnold had it,
Right.
and then we obviously had to go a different direction because of that. We went to Jackie overseeing it, to everything Jackie was doing. It was probably on the back page. But
Something I would like to see,
Yeah.
sorry, is go, how much fuel we've actually sold in that since we started selling fuel. I'd just like to see the record of how much volume we're running through there.
You want in the entirety?
Well, I don't, you go back a couple of years or 3, I don't know how
I
long.
think that's
it's been.
about it.
That's about all, that's about as far as it goes.
That isn't a problem, just to see what we have run.
Okay.
And then, maybe Gary's already got something in there, I can't remember, the sale of the properties, the lots, do we
A lot
got?
of that is covered under the, covenants restrictions. I mean, some.
Right. So the committee needs that probably to look
Committee
at.
needs to understand what the covenants restrictions say, probably. They don't enforce them.
Sure.
But I think it'd be good, if somebody, for example, wants to do something that is outside the covenant restrictions, well, they say that they have to get a variance from you. Well, maybe it would be good to have the committee review those first and make a recommendation. We recommend you approve this variance, and we recommend you don't approve this variance. Things like that. So that you're not doing all the legwork. The legwork's done at the
Sure.
committee level.
We have a line item in the general fund for airport fuel sales, which is dollars. It's not gallons or anything, but in 19, we sold $9,378. And I can give you 20 and 21 here as soon as I get over to another screen.
And another thing is we got the price of those lots, or was we priced, didn't we already have a price determined?
Yes.
We have a price set. I
Okay.
can't remember. I have to look at my files to see what.
The last one I heard was 20,000 a lot.
I think that's for the small ones. I think it's all got left.
Small lots.
So, and then whatever else the committee can come up with, and also, somebody needs to be looking at grants, because I'm not gonna look for grants on the airport, and there are grants out there.
We have to have projects in mind for the grant
Yeah, and
when we apply.
yeah,
So I think it's important to set goals, and figure out where we want to go next, and then we can start searching for funding.
Here's the project we'd
Yeah.
like you to do. We'll fund 90% of it.
And I have relationships with the KDOT, the ones who run the airport grants, so.
2020 was 6,969. And then so far this year, it's just $975.
What do you think about an airport Facebook page?
I don't object to it. I mean, are you gonna keep it up? Or the committee's gonna keep it up?
What was she saying?
Facebook page.
What do you think about an airport Facebook page? I have to have you all's permission, approval to create one. If you don't think we need one at this point, that's fine. I think at some point.
Once you
we
get your
probably should
committee
have one.
form, why don't we do that, and then we'll
Okay.
go ahead and approve it then? Because there may be some stuff.
I mean, if nothing else, it would get fuel prices out there. I mean, I don't know where else that's listed, but.
Okay.
So I talked to David. He said I need y'all's approval I would like to have a credit card. I knew you would laugh when I said that. So this year my conferences are back in person, so it's going to be more expensive to go. And I've been carrying all that since I started on my credit card and getting reimbursed, and I'm kind of tired of doing that.
Okay.
So I would like permission to have a credit card so that I can.
Would you just do the card in your account?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a
I
problem.
don't have a problem with that.
Because I know you're gonna travel. I know you're gonna have other people that,
Yeah.
If you guys could do a motion on that, and I'll have it in here and that.
what's the amount? Did we put an amount?
We've been putting a 5,000 limit on most of them that we got.
I'll make a motion. We allow our economic development, Jessica Hightower, to have a Linn County government credit card up to the amount of $5,000.
I'll second it.
You all right?
Yep.
Moving second, all in favor? Aye.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions for me about the comp plan? I know we kind of touched on it earlier when Pam was here.
Sounds like we're moving forward with that. Have you
Yep.
got the schools set up to where we got the meetings?
I
yet?
have submitted documentation that the forms that they all require. I've got one that came back and officially approved it. I'm still waiting on the other two. I think they have to go to board meetings before, but I'm not sure.
Those are gonna be kind of like in a 2-day span, is it?
3, we're shooting for July 19, 20, and 21. And when I get official approval, then we'll put the schedule out for that. We've got the surveys open today. That's going to go until June 16th, so next Wednesday. I've got an email drafted to the cities and the schools and the libraries. I'm waiting on just a couple people to call me back and make sure that I'm sending it to the right person to get it on their websites. And
Just want to make sure we can get it out to as many people as we
yep,
can.
we're going to put it on Facebook. I've talked to Jackie. She's going to get my blurb so that we can put it in the paper.
Okay.
Okay.
Just a quick note on credit cards since it came up. We recently had fraudulent charges on mine and Cindy's. We got them canceled, or got charges taken off, canceled the cards, had them reissue a card for me. Cindy was leaving anyway, so we didn't issue a new one there. But that's with them on this account where I'm the main one on the account. I can go online anytime and look at it. So when we spot something that looks weird, we'll check into it. But yeah, mine was like Google Marketplace for $1,000 one day and 500 the next, and no idea where that came from.
Danny trying to sell you something. Sorry. Card. Right.
And then I need probably 10 minutes for executive session
Really?
for trade
How long?
secrets. I just said 10 minutes.
Never 10 minutes. Right, Mike? All right. I got you.
Okay. And
Did you have something else, Doug?
Doug wanted executive session for legal for 5 minutes.
Okay, so 10 for Doug,
He's been waiting. He can go before me if he needs to.
10 for Jessica. What's yours for?
Legal for 5 minutes.
I need 10 for legal.
All right.
And we've got some personnel sessions we need to deal with too, and I think Sean's gonna be in on one of those, and Morgan's coming over. We've got several items to discuss with you.
Can we take a recess maybe for 5 minutes first?
Yeah.
Do you guys need anything from me before I'm done here?
No, I don't need anything else. I appreciate all the hard work. We kind of threw some stuff at you, and you just took on some more stuff. So,
Thank you.
I mean, we
I
don't
appreciate
hate you
that.
as much as we used to.
I want to thank you for the mayor's meeting. That turned out amazing. I know you and Rick worked hard on that.
You're welcome. Yeah.
She did all.
Yeah, we did. Thank you, Rick. You're just all kinds of generous.
I took it down.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You took. No, I got antsy and showed up way early
So
and
do
had
you
it all
think
set
you're
up.
gonna
Still
But
trying to
Do
figure
that
out.
every now and again? or-
we're gonna try to do it quarterly.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I think that was great.
And I know somebody there said just have a couple of cities present at a time. I would like to have maybe,
Speaker?
yeah, regional planning come out. I think the Department of Commerce could come out. I think Small Business Development Center could come up from Pittsburgh. I think that there's some resources that maybe the cities don't know about or don't have contacts for that we could bring in. And
Maybe you could entice them by saying, "Here's 5 people I could guest speakers. Which one would you like to have?"
there you go.
And if you can get,
You know, I also had some people ask if we're going to serve them supper.
yeah, I know. Everybody wants food. Yeah.
There you go. Send you the
You
bill.
can use your credit card.
Okay. Hey, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, did you have anything else before we go hide ourselves in that room?
Few things, yes.
Okay.
I've made all the contacts with the emails or information that Jackie left me as far as contracts, projects. I've made contact with the personnel that he gave me and have received a few of those contacts back or emails back. District 1 and Park Sanitation, we need to move over to Bobby. Apparently, Jackie was on our license at the state and handling all our reporting for the state. So we need to move that over to Bobby, who is licensed with the operator license appropriate to do that reporting and maintain that for us.
Okay.
Road and Bridge, we received the South District FEMA reimbursement last week for the 2019 flood event in the amount of $317,817.71, and it was deposited into Road and Bridge Fund. Your earlier discussion, I apologize for not butting in, but I'm going to check into, we have 4 people that Joyce said may need some flagger training. So I'm going to do some checking to see what's appropriate and whether or not we need to set up a training for such a small group or whether or not they can be supervised by personnel that have that training or what's appropriate there. Next, airport. So it looks like we've got an issue with the fuel pump. It's been down for several days. We've had several calls from pilots and complaints that we've bagged it and haven't notified anyone. So it's become an issue, but it's not an overwhelming issue at this point. We do need to address the first bid is to replace the computer in the existing mechanism, the gas buoy.
Chris has
Mechanical.
looked at this already too?
I'm sorry.
Chris Martin?
Yes, and he's checked with them or is checking with them to see if they're replacing the computer in the current pump would still make it a mechanical pump, or it would be an electronic head in the current pump housing. So if you're looking at the two bids, one is the repair, and then for an estimate of a total of $1,000, they'd swap it out. And that could be done in 7 to 10 business days. To replace the existing dispenser, you're looking at just under $5,000 for the equipment, another $3,100 for installation and electrical, quite a bit higher to replace it. But this would be apparently a different system of weighing opposed to a gas buoy.
So what are you recommending?
Based on talking to Chris, based on the estimated time that we're looking at and the repair cost and the age of the equipment, I would recommend that you take the lower bid and repair the current gas buoy system.
Okay. And when can they do it if we approve that?
8 to 10 or 7 to 10 business days.
It's the 1,085.
I'm sorry.
It's the 1,085 bid.
Yes.
Now, was it new when we put it in?
Yes, it was, to my understanding.
How can it wear out with that amount of fuel? I mean, we're
Harbor
talking
Freights, I don't know.
$17,000 worth of fuel.
Yeah, there's no warranty or anything on that? You probably don't know that, do you?
I don't have that information, but I am under the understanding that there are other factors that are involved in it breaking down that I'm unaware of.
Okay.
Maybe some abuse or something.
There may be some personal issues and things that we've sent people to repair that
And then they really didn't know what, maybe they were.
I can't speak to it. I don't know who was sent, but I am being told that it probably, if there was any warranty, it probably wouldn't do us any good.
All right, so it's gonna take $1,085 to fix it, you think?
Yes.
Okay. We can't sit there. It's gotta get fixed one way or the other.
I'll make a motion that we allow or we accept the bid of $1,085 to repair what's called the gas buoy at the airport.
You okay with that, Mike? I mean, Jim? Go ahead and punch me. I just go ahead and punch me. Go ahead, I can take it. I don't even know where it came from. I apologize. So what are you thinking about that?
Mike Page.
I don't know. We're out pretty quick. I guess 1,085. We gotta get back going.
Make a second. I'll second the motion. All in favor? Aye.
Okay, landfill, couple things. I'm gonna do some checking on, the cost and what we need to do, or if we need to report it. We lost a catalytic converter, to a, nighttime operation apparently in a Sawzall, off one of the trucks out there, along with a couple batteries.
Really?
Yeah, Al had got into the truck and
Did he
realized
report it?
it was turned over to me and he asked where to go from there. At that point, we were checking with Chris about video, and I'm checking and working with David about how to go through that process. So,
It's going to depend on what kind of cost we're talking about, whether it's even worth putting in the insurance or not, because it may be.
No, but I mean, was there a police report done?
that, it hasn't been done yet. So, but it will be followed through with. That's the process that I did not know how to advise Al on what to do at this point.
Okay.
So I've since then gained more information and we'll follow through with it.
Okay. I mean,
So-
we need a police report.
Yeah, we're going to.
So
Was the gate left open or anything?
I don't believe there was any security issues on our end. I wasn't advised of any.
They're after this thing. I hit a deer in my work truck and they went back next day and the catalytic converter was gone.
We do have a request from Wildlife and Parks to waiver any fees. They're cleaning up, picking up state park areas in our county and would like us to waiver the fees at the transfer or dump.
Did they fill out the paperwork?
I don't know that there's any paperwork that I'm aware of. I do have an email request for them.
We have a form, for waiver
Joyce knows about it.
dump fees. We have
Okay.
a form that fill out that Bobby checks some things that verifies that.
When are they trying to do it? When are
sorry?
they trying to accomplish this?
It's an ongoing process. There's no finite date. We're just trying, they've come out a couple of times. Their agents have come out to try to drop off tires and some other things. And we're just trying to work through the problems so that the personnel, when they get out there, don't have to deal with something that they thought was already managed.
So it's just ongoing. They're not saying just a certain week they're gonna do this.
Yeah, it's not like a cleanup.
No, it's not like a cleanup. This is just ongoing cleanup at different areas.
We come across those as well in our county where people dump their mattresses, their sofas on the side of the road. I'd seen one the other day, so, I mean, I don't have a problem with them cleaning it up and dumping it.
Bobby knows the process.
Get the process done, but we can approve it right now and then get the paperwork filled out. So I'll make a motion that we go ahead and allow that Wildlife and Parks or Wildlife and, who is it?
Kansas Department of Wildlife, Parks and Tourism.
Yep, that one right there to waive the dumping fees for the debris that they pick up, the
Bobby
tires.
right there.
That's my motion.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Okay, Pleasanton All District, apparently they've got a loader that's been checked for overheating issues. I'm being told the parts were replaced, but the loader won't move under its own power. They're currently waiting on reference material to diagnose the issue, according to the mechanic. And also out of that district, Parker, apparently I've got a request that is something that we've done in the past. I believe the last time was 2018 for chip and seal in the city of Parker. They've got a request and Todd's estimated an estimate of $15,000 for that project for the chips and oil, which is customarily, to my understanding, what they reimburse us for.
Right, they provide the material and they pay us for the labor and the trucks, right? Fuel.
I believe that's.
That's how we've done it, or any city that's asked that question. I think they've used it.
Okay.
Pleasanton's used it, or Lacey, I know hasn't used it yet. Just drive down their roads. I don't know who else has used it. Prescott, I might have used it too. So everybody back in the old days, when Gary was young, well, a little bit older, when Gary was in high school, a lot of the cities had their own oil trucks, and they used to do their own. They got rid of them because of the maintenance and the cost, and the counties were doing them, or basically they were doing a lot of them anyway. So they pay for their own materials. They reimburse us for the hours that the driver uses and the fuel, and we agree to furnish the equipment when we've got scheduled time to do that.
Okay, I think all we've done is material estimate for them, so I'll have to recontact them. We do have a request to continue the partnership. We'll just have to work out the details of those extra costs.
think there is a distinction between the connecting links and the streets that aren't.
Yeah, but you know what? We've never worked it out. That's the frustrating part is we've had this around since I started this. We have connecting links, but we don't have agreements with anybody. And what we're talking about, and I'll give you an example. 4th Street in Lacine goes a connecting link from 152 all the way up through to Somerset. The connecting link in and out of that road was responsibility, and the county used to pay for it. And it's in county documents in the minutes, and it's in the city document in the minutes. Pleasanton's probably only got one. I'm sure Parker's got one, and some of those others, but nobody's ever put it into a policy. And that's the frustrating part. If it was in a policy, it could go on forever and ever, and we wouldn't have to go digging through minutes and years and, asking people that was on the commission 30 years ago how it went. I think they'd remember. So.
So how's it considered? I mean, how do you consider it a connecting link? I mean, what does it have to go from?
If there's a county road on each end, and
Like-
connects it, then it's connecting.
And it goes through the city?
Yeah,
Like 1077 goes through Parker, is that what you're?
yeah.
Yeah. And then in Lacine, 152, the state pays for that. It goes through there. They don't go off to the side or anything, but they go right down the middle of that road. That's connecting link through. So we need to get those, not necessarily your job, but who replaces Jackie, that's one of the big focuses is to get that done. And that's not only on that, it's also on the states in the counties, Bourbon County, Miami County, those links up there. And responsibilities for maintaining roads, especially on the Missouri side, because townships own those. And we goofed up a road over there the other day, and I got a township call from Larry Clark from the township guys that our guys went over and bladed where they should have been, and it happened to be FEMA gravel, and we've got it all straightened out, but we need agreements so everybody knows what those agreements are.
Mm-hmm.
I say this about every quarter. Anyway, go ahead.
I just need direction, so I'll go back and tell them that we're willing to continue this
And just
program
make
and,
sure they know what we're agreeing to. Yeah.
okay. Then, park, large holiday weekend due to a couple other lakes being flooded. Our Ventec is working, but we're gonna have to, Chris is gonna put a warranty part into it. There are some issues. It's causing a little bit of work, but it looks like something that can be worked out.
I seen our park look really full, so.
We were very full. Apparently 2 other parks around us had flooding issues and sites closed, so it was very full for the holiday.
I guess it won't be you. Sherry's gonna give us a report on the park? The park funds?
At some point, yes. She was doing the numbers up, and I believe she's emailed me, but I haven't had time to go through all of those
He
emails.
sent me the income for the month already. We hadn't closed the month, so I don't have the expenses to do the actual report
Okay.
on it. But the May income, I can give you here in just a second, was 31,644, which is about $10,000 higher than the month before.
Yeah.
And we're also working, Evergy's looked at a stand, their planner, and going to continue with Matt Kelly to try to get another electrical stand behind cabin 4 repaired that's in need of replacement. Noxious weeds, I did go down and meet with the supervisor there. Apparently, she'd just come back from training, had a lot of good things to report. She's working on cost shares, training, and a plan for this year. She's also gained a lot of information as far as chemical storage and the guidelines, and is getting a lot of assistance. I believe it's from the Miami County Noxious Weeds.
They've been pretty helpful, I understand.
Very helpful from my understanding, but it appears from what she's given me so far, we're on track, and she's going to come up with a plan and keep me updated on that so we can finish out for the year. Other than that, I don't have anything other than personnel.
Did you need time for that, you said?
Probably 15.
That's with you though, right, David?
Well, that's part of
Part of your-
More than that.
Okay.
Morgan's coming over, we've got 2 or 3 other other issues besides what Sean's talking about.
All right, all right.
And then Jessica wanted 10 for trade secrets.
Yeah, and Doug needed 10 for legal.
10 for legal. He said another 10 for legal with that. I'm guessing we probably better go 30 on personnel. We get to talk about.
All right.
So that's good. We'll be an hour worth of session altogether.
So far. So I'll make a motion that we take a 5-minute recess. I'm gonna put all this in one motion if I can. And then we're gonna go into legal with Doug, Danny, each 10 minutes. And then, is there any more legal we need? Did you need any legal? That's 20 minutes for legal. Jessica's got the 10 minutes for trade secrets. And then we'll go into personnel for 30 minutes, which will be 60 minutes total, and then we'll come back out if we need it. That's my motion.
Second it.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. Burton, did you have anything? Good, good. I'm looking at you, I said, no, I'm looking at you, calling Mike.
Sorry.
Okay.
Go in various processes, they just need to.
You just want to come see me.
Have a good day,
Bye.
Did we lose Jim?
We lost Jim for a couple minutes. We'll be back here in shortly.
Okay, so I looked at the pay scale with those dollar amounts we were talking about. If we go to 8M on Sherry, that would be just a hair over $1 increase from where she was. If we go to 12U on Sean, it would be 23.0094.
21, okay, okay,
So basically 2301 was the closest thing we had to that.
okay.
And these would be temporary, effective last.
Retroactive back to, last week.
You guys don't need me for anything else.
No, so you're out? Tomorrow you're,
Yeah, starting tomorrow. I'd love to cancel again. So it's a chance.
Good luck with surgery. Everything I've got is no help.
I had my shoulder better 7 years ago and it still hurts.
That's mine too. I've had 2 on this shoulder. I have to grab it and move it down after about 10 minutes.
All right. Well, thanks a lot.
Pretty good.
good luck.
Appreciate it.
Had some friend recently that posted one of those Facebook meetings where you go through and answer all these questions about yourself, which I didn't answer, but
Right.
it's fun to read them.
Yeah.
People, but this one had one of, how many surgeries have you had? And I saw all these people putting 1 or 5 or 7, and I started counting. Like 14 or something.
7 on one hand.
Laying out on the ground, or do I need to go get him?
I didn't know.
All right. All right.
Explained and that I will. You know, I'm taking 5 different medications, but none of it involves
Right.
cholesterol, heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I just can't wait to take it. Be working. Recommended one day.
We're waiting on our county commissioner to come back in.
Any big changes we need to make?
No, but I did have a change from moving one operator to another place.
You fixed it, didn't you, today?
Which spot? The operator paid for us. Moving that big guy down here, supposed to be as closer to.
Is everybody happy now?
Are you happy?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's all.
You got 2 shortages?
No, just Andy's office
That'll fill you completely full?
and this other issue.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll get out of here.
All right.
But we will have some meetings on stuff like that.
Thanks, Harry. What'd we do?
No, we wanted you to be involved, so we waited.
On the salary schedule with the amounts we were talking about, to get right around the dollar on Sherry from where she was originally, it would be 8M, which is 15.8682. And on Sean, to get to around 23, we'd go to 12U, which is 23.0094. And we were talking, these would be temporary until positions are filled and effective beginning of the pay period, which was last week.
Temporary until we fill the position permanent.
I'll make a motion, that we approve a pay raise for Sherry at the Linn County Park to an 8M, which is 1286, and then Sean to a 12U, which is 23.0094.
Temporary.
And it's temporary until spots are filled, and that's my motion.
I'll say it.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Have we beat everything to death today?
Pretty much. Pretty much. Oh, you do? Oh, yeah. Signing.
I should have auditors coming in this week.
Yeah.
They weren't there earlier, so I'm guessing it'll be tomorrow, because they show up at about 8:30 in the morning. We'll be dealing with that all week.
Is that man working?
Very sure, he's been doing it for years and years. I dealt with him when I worked for the nursing home 30 years ago. He did one.
Hey, Jim, if you look right here on this page, this colorful page where it says, this percent complete, this is a breakdown of the schedule values, but it's not, I mean, it's an overview of the schedule values, I believe. It's not, per trade has it more broke down in their packet, but that right there tells you kind of, what
The
their,
actual finish or the?
the percentage complete of their, they're like,
Oh, okay, here,
100% done with
complete.
that.
Okay, I see that.
but when they walk through a job site, it's like, per pay application that comes from a contractor, they walk around with you and look exactly at it, so.
The contractor will tell you one thing and then the general will argue with him about
Yep.
where he's at.
Yep.
They ain't be out there arguing, he wants his
No,
money.
they hit you hard too. They won't allow you to overcharge and tell you that.
Not that you've ever tried.
All the time.
You got anything else, David?
Thanks.
We're gonna sign this next week or look it over. We'll get back to this next week. Budgets, so some of this will drag out because we'll have more and more people coming in with budgets.
I haven't even started on all the ones I do yet. I'll get
Yeah.
probably
Okay.
20 some of them that I'll take it.
When's the notice go out for, annual reviews?
It's not all fall.
Okay.
We want them in by like the 1st of October. I guess I did have a couple of notes here. I emailed you this morning, Rick, which I don't know if you've seen it yet. Scott Township Treasurer. So if you or any of you for that matter, know anybody up in the like Cadmus area that would be interested in the township treasurer, we need to appoint someone. Unfortunately for us, I didn't actually want to appoint that, but I don't know what I'm gonna do about that now. If anybody else has a clue what's going on. I came in one day last week and there was a whole tub of records sitting on my desk and she apparently brought in and said, here you go, I'm done. So.
For the township.
Yeah. So we need to see if you guys can think of anybody up in that area. It basically starts right at the edge of Lacine and goes west and takes the Cadmus area. But
Was there anybody else on the ballot when it was voted in? Or does that matter? Because you can appoint, or how's that work?
well, when there's a vacancy, you guys appoint. I mean, typically try to find someone who's willing to take it, and then I come in and say, hey, whoever this is, that they do it.
Was there a race for it in that one?
I don't think so. We can go back and see.
Can you make sure that's on the website? We need an appoint.
Yeah.
Somebody's interested in Scott, I'll forward it through mine.
I guess the other thing was Rick Castle gave me a note this morning that he had measured the square feet at the Pleasanton Senior Center, the existing one that we use, and it's 3,664 square feet.
Why?
Somebody had asked about how much space we had there, and I thought it was one of you guys, but that's also way more space than we need.
I might have asked last week what we needed.
I did look at the health department when we were out there at Jackie's retirement, or not, whatever it was, that going away deal. And I encourage you guys to go out there and take a look at it. I know that there's,
out there.
did you think there's space?
It'll take a lot of their space up. You're just gonna build one giant room and
So would we shut off that entire back area? That
Not the entire, but I mean, you would shut off from that bay door on to the right, on the east side, come this way as far as you needed to. I mean, you're trying to get accommodations for what? 30 people max? I mean, that would be a big day probably.
my concern was where we put the refrigerators and all that stuff at.
Yeah, that would be a concern.
And I did have a few people reach out to me and talk about pros and cons of each place. And
Yeah, everybody's got an opinion. I got a phone call. They want us to come over bingo on the 16th and try
You're
to
not
stall.
going? I'm going.
I'm
They don't
going,
want any
yeah,
more?
I know. I'm not playing bingo, but I'll go over there and say hi. Probably need to have a special meeting for that.
Being careful if you don't call a special
Yeah.
meeting, one way is there.
Yeah, they called.
I told them I wasn't, until we did that special meeting, I mean, I don't think, I got another meeting to go to that week. I told them unless we had a special meeting, I don't think I'll attend.
Well, we can have a special meeting just to let people know that, hey, there'll be two
Right.
commissioners in the area. You don't have to necessarily be there. We're not voting on anything. We're just going there.
But we'd be talking company. I mean,
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
county business
And that's what
is
they're
I'm
doing. They
saying.
want us to either, they want us to rebuild that, or some want to,
Right.
the community building. Some don't want it because they can't walk to it, which results in, you could do Meals on Wheels if that's the case. Or the health department, I'm sorry, they could walk to the community building, they couldn't walk to the health department. So those are just, I just told them it was all thoughts. We got to figure out what we got to do. But we also really got to, well, I know if we kick this can down the road a long ways, we need to figure out what we're doing here. Because we need to be, that building needs to be rebuilt.
Oh, yeah.
And that's another thing that we talked about the other day too, there, this parking lot, the only thing you're talking about only is to the west side of this, everything over there, if what I heard in the meeting the other day,
Well, so you're talking, I mean, the entire parking lot out here and where we're sitting.
clear to the west side, all the car wash and everything, none of that's
Yeah,
figured
none of
in,
that.
nothing.
Yeah, none of that is figured.
Yeah.
Why do we tear this building down?
Well, the main reason was before, we don't have to tear it now, it just blocks the view of that. So we don't have to tear this
Well,
building down.
I'm just
And,
saying.
you know, everything went out the door once the bill went up in price, you know, and we eliminated that. But what I'm saying is the attorneys, the old attorney's office we need to get started on that so we can get the appraisers in there. You know what I'm saying? We need to get the appraisers out of that rental building down there and put them or out of the top and put them down in there.
So, you know, as soon as that building's open, we can move the district courts over there and then everybody out of here can go over there. That's kind of
That's the thought
understanding.
process.
And then go ahead and have all the concrete and everything done in the parking lot. And then when this thing comes down, then we can, scab in.
If we're gonna, and it sounds like there may be some discussion, do we need to get?
But it's under our dollar to tear this down, right?
Yeah, so we could or don't have to, we just need to figure
I'm
out.
saying, why do we tear this building down?
Originally it was because we were gonna move everybody there, and then I guess.
We've got all that for parking lot over there. I mean, if you take your car wash down and your two, if you
I think anything's on
storage
the table
building.
at this point.
I don't know, I'm just saying, that if we need room, why do we hurry ourselves to tear this thing down when we're not talking much more blacktop in the building? It's the size of this room, or the size of this building. I don't know.
So if we left this building, which I'm not for or against it, it makes sense to probably leave it at this point, maybe. It does.
We can get a couple more offices out of the courthouse.
Well, give us a little time, I guess, is
Yeah.
what I'm saying. If we
Figure out what we wanna do with it.
instead of having everything happening at once.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But another thing is that you need to, if you don't believe me, you need to go look at the ambulance barn in Lansing.
I believe you.
It's
I've driven by it, I haven't been in it, I've been by
Yeah,
it multiple times.
and it's part of the way they live too, of course. But it needs to be, we need to figure out. So here's my thought on it, the senior center, and I'll probably get a phone call after this. The senior center hasn't been used. It hasn't been used at all, and it's right by Casey's. If we was to put, if the city would approve it, if we was to put a big enough garage there, doesn't need to be big, just enough to fit that ambulance in, and convert that into, and convert that building into back into a house. It's already got its kitchen, it's already got a bathroom, got a shower. The only thing we'd have to do is put bedrooms in it. And that could be an ideal place, still be a little bit closer to Linn Valley, I guess you could say, but not much, a couple blocks. But, I wanted to know if that would, work out there, and I already knew it wouldn't as soon as I spoke out on it, out there, because it just takes them too far out of Lacey. Puts them close to Linn, a little closer to Linn Valley, but still it's a back way into Linn Valley. So, well, we need to figure out something on that too.
I talked about that too, and I don't know how we do that, like, even, I like your idea, but what about a used modular home? I mean, I know somebody's gotta do the footwork to find it.
Yeah, and we could either put it out there, but this would be probably the most cost efficient right there.
I see what you're saying.
Because it's still right there in town. We do have to add a garage, and we have to add some drywall and some GFIs and electrical, but it would be, everybody would see it. I mean,
What would the city, I mean, how would they feel?
city won't, I don't think the city will mind at all. It's just whether that garage will fit the boundaries of, without getting a variance or, I don't think there's any issues, but I'm not a builder, so, one of those portable buildings that they build, all it has to do is have a heater in it to keep the ambulance warm. It doesn't have to have anything fancy. Yeah.
Centerville's not too fancy.
Yeah. And that's probably adequate quarters. Well, I would think a lot better than what they got. Closer to Casey's, they can walk over there.
I thought about this building here too, and I mean, I love it.
We still got to talk to, I mean, isn't River City kind of still in the, about this government center, and aren't they still kind of in the?
They're wanting to know if we want to do anything. I have no desire for it. Right now, we have no money for it anyway. So even if it comes back and we have 200,000, we can spend that ourselves on whatever we want.
That would be, well, tearing this down, I can't remember how much it was. I don't even think it's on this paper, but it's on our dollar, just like the
Yeah.
car wash and the.
But it was on the, over there, so it wasn't on the.
What I'm saying is if that parking lot over there, if we get rid of the storage units, I mean, I don't know what our idea was that Jackie wanted to keep them, but to me, if we got rid of them, why couldn't we make that parking and keep this building? And then we aren't in a.
We're not in the rental business anyway. I mean, they were just being used for.
I know, but he wants to store things in them, so it's
Yeah,
like.
there'll be stuff we store that we never use.
Exactly. I don't.
Forever.
But what I'm saying is that we don't have to worry about everything happening right now within the next year or two. If you kept this building. For a while.
I mean, it seems like a fine building to me.
It's one of the most we got.
Anyway, you make anything else?
I don't have anything.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Second it.
Moving second, all in favor?
How did we always, back in the day, make these meetings last till 3 or 4? They always last till 3 or 4. It sounded like today was forever.
Never going down. Down in a half hour.